Welcome to the live coverage of Tour of Peninsula Malaysia 2019. You're with Josiah Ng, and we have some exciting racing for you today. Stage 1 of the Tour of the Peninsula, starting in Dungun, Terengganu, and ending in Kuala, Terengganu. We have 20 teams, some of the best Asia has to offer, with a few international teams here, including a team from South Africa, a few teams from Australia as well. We're currently watching the traditional Malay dancers, as the riders anticipate the start in approximately 20 minutes. Today's stage is 180 kilometers and will cover one Category 4 climb as well as 3 intermediate sprints. The first Category 4 KOM will be at kilometer 77. The first intermediate sprint will be at kilometer 104. The second intermediate sprint will be at 141. And the final intermediate sprint will be at 150 kilometers. So today's game will be all about the breakaway versus the sprinters, as the sprinters try to get one over their rivals by collecting and racking up points. Intermediate sprints will have a huge impact on the outcome of the sprint jersey. So there's a few races going on today. Racers, mostly the sprinters versus the breakaway artists, will be trying to win the stage. There'll be points classification for the KOM, right, the polka dot jersey, and there'll be a race for the green jersey too. The yellow jersey, not so much, probably will end up on the sprinter. The final overall GC contenders will probably likely try to stay and conserve their energy for stage 4, the Queen's Mountaintop stage at Cameron Highlands. So the GC guys will be trying to keep themselves out of trouble and conserve as much energy as possible. Thing I love about stage racing is there's just so many different races, different competitions within the bigger competition. Of course, the GC is the biggest competition and usually carries the most prize money, but the sprinters get to shine, as well as the pure climbers do get to shine as well. But the GC here will be targeted by the pure climbers, as there are no time trial stages in this stage race. Malaysia has been one of the big countries in the region for stage races. They typically have the Jelajah Malaysia stage race. They've had the Tour de Langkawi, which is one of the biggest stage races in Asian region, with a lot of the top teams, including Pro Tour teams, coming to that every year to participate, usually at the beginning of the year. So this Tour of Peninsula, being the inaugural race this year, adds to that prestige of Malaysian cycling. Malaysian cycling has also had a very strong presence on the track. We currently have one of the top Karen riders in the world, Azizul Hasni Awang. He won the 2017 World Championships in the Karen. So he hails from Dungun, which is where the start point is. That's his hometown. He's a mega celebrity in Malaysia and a super mega celebrity in Terengganu, which is his home state. Now Terengganu has a very large presence in cycling in Malaysia. They usually, majority of the big talents on the national team, on the pro teams, do come from Terengganu. So they have a lot of, they have a very good development, and as you can see, they have a lot of cycling fans in Terengganu. Terengganu has been one of the most beautiful states in Malaysia, littered with pristine beaches. More than 200 kilometers of pristine beaches lie in Terengganu. And here we have Muhammad Haris Salah is one of Malaysia's top road sprinters. He won his first stage of the Tour de Langkawi earlier this year. He's a mega celebrity as well, also from the state of Terengganu. He and his brother are both very, very good sprinters.
Tak ada masalah lah. Kita tengok siapa yang menang pun saya tak kisah. Tapi kita orang pun ada matlamat kita orang untuk kekalkan nombor 1 Asia. Tapi kita pun ada strategi kita lah untuk kekalkan ting itu nombor 1. Okay.
Everyone calls it, his nickname is called Mamat. Mamat Harif. He's very, he loves speed. He's a big fan of fast motorbikes. He's owned several Ducatis in his career, and he's very good with speed. He's top end speed. He's great. He does also have a track background, having won the scratch race several times in his career at the Asian Championships. Mamat Harif from the Terengganu cycling team, TSG. Now TSG is led by Jeremy Hunt. Jeremy has been one of the biggest Pro Tour riders that come out of Great Britain. He rode for the big team Sky for a few years, and Terengganu cycling team is very lucky to have him as director sportif. Currently, TSG team leads the Asia Tour ranking, and they will likely close out as #1 Asia Tour team, which is a very prestigious result to have. The Terengganu government has invested a lot in cycling in TSG as well as their grassroots, and as we can see, it's paid a lot of dividends. From Moldova, and Jesse Eric from Australia. HKSI has a great young climber in Ka Hu-fung. He was 8th at Tour of China, and he should be an outside chance for a top 3 placing on GC. The Keenan cycling team has a very strong contender for GC in Thomas Lebas from France. He was the overall winner at the Tour of Indonesia earlier this year. So watch out for Thomas Leba. Team Taiwan Myogi cycling team has also a very strong rider in Jeroen Myers. He recently won the Tour of China as well as the Tour of Philippines. So watch out for Jeroen. He's wearing number 81 and should be a very strong contender. In the sprinters, we've got Muhammad Harisala Mamat, we call him. He's probably one of the favorites coming into this tour. He knows all the roads like the back of his hand. This is his home turf, and he is recently on a high from winning his first ever stage of the Tour de Langkawi earlier this year. Pro Touch has a very strong sprinter in Clint Hendricks. He recently won stage 4, a 2.2 stage race of Tour de Limpopo. Pro Touch, South Africa. And we have another strong sprinter from Greece, Charalampos Kastrantas. He recently won the GC, the points race, and stages 1, 2, and 3 from the Tour of Kosovo earlier this year. So he'll be one to watch out for. Kastrantas, Charalampos from Greece. So we have a few sprinters that will battle it out in today's 3 intermediate sprints. They will be looking for that sprint jersey and looking to close out the stage race. And whoever wins today's stage race will also win the yellow jersey. Riders are lining up at the start line. We have 7 minutes until the depart of today's stage 1 Tour of Peninsular Malaysia. The first 9 kilometers will be a neutralized pace or neutralized zone. So they will start the actual race at kilometer 10, where they'll have 170 kilometers of actual racing to get to the finish in Kuala Terengganu. So riders are probably pretty nervous. Usually the nerves kick in before the first stage of every multi-stage tour. Right now, the director sporters are probably giving last-minute instructions to their riders. To the GC riders, they're reminding them to stay safe, stay out of trouble, stay towards the front of the pack. Watch out. They're giving them instructions about major turns throughout the course, as well as the feed zones where they'll be able to have access to food. It's 180 kilometers, so they'll need to have constant feeding, constant energy so that they don't run out of energy before the end of the stage. This will be a day for the breakaway riders. So the riders that don't have a chance for the overall win or are not pure sprinters, the guys that want to make some TV time for their sponsors or have a punt and see if they can win the stage beating the sprint teams. So this is a chance for the riders to shine in a breakaway or the sprint. The climbers will come out just one time to play on the category 4 climb at Kampong Paris at the 86 kilometer mark. This category 4 climb is only 77 meters vertical. So short but quick climb should suit the punchers. Followed by a feed zone. So it's right after the first category climb, they'll have a chance to get their nutrition for the day. Yeah? At 86 kilometers, they'll already be racing over 2 hours, so they'll be a little bit hungry. They'll get feeds from their team, some power bars, some gels, and some replacement sports drinks. But they'll only have 20 kilometers after the category 4 climb, before the first intermediate sprint at kilometer 104.5. That will be at Kuala. Intermediate sprint 2 will be at 141 kilometers at Kalulut. And the final intermediate sprint of the day will be at Rusila at kilometer 150.8. Then they'll have 30 kilometers to get themselves reorganized for the sprint finish. Or if it's a breakaway is still away, then the breakaway riders will have that much time to get to the finish line or get caught. Stage 1 of the Tour of Peninsula. Nice weather today. Look at the drone cam overlooking a pristine beach of Terengganu in Dungun, home city of Malaysia's first ever world champion Azizul Hasni Awang, world champion in 2017, the Karen. So very good place to grow up. If you want to be a professional cyclist, you have a lot of heroes to look up to. They've got a great program there in Terengganu for development of cyclists. They've got a pro team, continental team in TSG with former pro tour rider Jeremy Hunt as their director sportive. Okay, and we're off. Riders, don't forget this is a neutral zone, so for 9 or 10 kilometers they'll have a chance to get comfortable in the pack, get the race jitters out of the way. Riders from Azerbaijan national team at the front of the pack, a few Sapura riders there as well. So the lead car, the commissar's lead car, will be driving slowly, probably at 30, 35 kilometers an hour to hold the riders back. They will not be allowed to pass the lead car. It's a good time to keep calm for the riders right now. Take a few deep breaths. Think about what their job is for today. Majority of these riders, 115 riders for Tour of Peninsula 2019. Stage distance is 180.6 kilometers. So it will be a 4-hour to 5-hour race, depending on their average speed. Neutral zone, 9.6 kilometers. Organizer is Moto Shoot Event, based out of Kuala Lumpur. So the start location, you're looking at UITM campus in Dungun, Terengganu. And the finish location will be at Dataran Syahbandar in Kuala, Terengganu, which is the capital city of the state of Terengganu. We're in Malaysia right now. It is rainy season, but fortunately for the riders and staff, we're starting out with some blue skies out there. So we're probably going at 15 to 20, 25 kilometers. The riders are quite relaxed, having a chat right now, saying hi to their buddies whom they haven't seen since the last big competition. Total race distance is 751.6 kilometers over the next 5 days. So we've got a lot of potential action happening with the GC riders. There's a handful of them that have a good chance of winning the overall. We've got a good sprint race that will be a sprint competition that will be happening for every stage except for stage 4 that ends on the Cameron Highlands. That will be a stage that highlights the climbers and GC riders. But all the other stages, the sprinters will be competing against the rouleurs, who will be trying to get in the breakaway and get the best of the sprint teams to bring home glory. Today is Tuesday, the 15th of October, stage 1 of the UCI Class 2.1 Tour of Peninsula 2019. We have 20 teams, mostly from Asia, multiple teams from Malaysia. We have 3 teams from Malaysia, the national team, the Terengganu cycling team, TSG, and Team Sapura. The TSG and Sapura are the 2 top ranking teams from Asia and have some very strong riders for the GC as well as for stage wins. Chief Commissar there with the flag. Probably a last chance for any of the riders to take a little toilet break before 180 kilometers of flat out racing. Well, hopefully for us, they'll be flat out racing. This year's inaugural Tour of Peninsula is brought to you by Opimex Holdings, the State of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, and Next Edge Technology Radiocom. We want to thank these companies and sponsors for supporting this stage race. Team Azerbaijan rider looking very optimistic, having a chat with his mate. We're still in the neutral zone, giving the riders a chance to shake off the nerves, warm up a little bit more. I think the reason why they don't start flat out from the start is because they're in town, so it's ideal that they get out of town before they start the full-on racing. It's mostly a safety reason. A few more minutes before the official start, where the commissar lead com will flag them off for actual racing. Right, you can see riders are looking apprehensive now. They're looking forward to getting action going. Very fortunate to be starting off stage one in the dry, as it's in the peak. We are in the peak of rainy season in Malaysia. So no doubt they will have to put on their rain jackets eventually. But actually, rain jackets might not help them because of the heat and humidity, the tropical humidity that we have in Malaysia. So if you have the rain jacket, you'll most likely lose a lot more water through sweat. So fortunately too, if it stops raining, you will dry out relatively quickly. And another good thing about racing in the wet weather in Malaysia, it's warm rain. There's nothing worse than racing or riding in cold rain, as these athletes have very, very low body fat and are susceptible to getting ill. So a cold rain is not a world-class cyclist's best friend. Tour of Peninsula, stage one, they're still in Dungun, Terengganu. Looking forward to 180 kilometers of action-packed racing today. Right now they're in the neutralized zone for a few kilometers. 9.6 kilometers of neutralized zone. And my guess is as soon as they flag off, there will be some attacks to try to form a breakaway. That's usually how it works. Usually the way it is, especially when riders are fresh on stage one of any tour. Look, this is only 5 stages, so they don't have to conserve too much energy like they would in a 2 to 3 week stage race. So less than 1 week, riders will generally race flat out each stage for the duration of each stage. Asian racing is typically a little bit different than European racing. The speeds are generally a little bit lower, but there are a few strong teams here, a few strong teams from Australia, South Africa. Japanese teams will always be strong. The Thai continental team will always be aggressive. And we have two of the leading Asian tour teams right here from Malaysia, Team TSG and Team Sapura Cycling. So we should have some action happening pretty soon. There you can see they're bunching up at the front, so we can anticipate the actual start of the race very soon. Watch that flag. The lead commissar one car. Tour of Peninsula, Malaysia 2019. I'm Josiah Young, and I will be your commentator throughout the next 5 days of racing, where you'll see the best of racing that Asia has to offer around the scenic and pristine beaches of Terengganu and neighboring states of North Malaysia. In the final moments of the neutralized zone, riders looking quite calm, but anticipating the start. And now it's a good time for riders that want to make the breakaway of the day to come towards the front of the pack. And my guess is there will be some action right from the flag dropping.
Okay. Maintain ni je.
They're going through one of many kampongs in Terengganu. So kampong in Malay is typically a small village. You call kampong, Kampung, and it's quite cool. Of course, the riders won't have a chance to be a tourist and check out what's going on, the beautiful scenery, the beautiful lifestyle, but we will have a chance as the audience to see how typical Malaysians live out in the kampong. Look at the wooden houses, the chickens running around, the beautiful flora and fauna. So it's not only exciting racing, but an opportunity to see how Malaysians live, look at the culture, what kind of architecture, and of course the beautiful nature of Malaysia. Now, Malaysia is one of the best countries in Asia to come as a tourist. It's very safe. A majority of Malaysians speak English, and it is really quite easy on the wallet. It's about 4 Malaysian ringgit to 1 USD at the moment. So You can get meals for $1 or $2. Very scrumptious meals, usually with rice, chicken, local vegetables. One of Malaysia's most famous dishes is nasi lemak, so a little bit of coconut rice dish. Very, very, very delicious. Rider from St. George Continental team. That is Jay Dutton, number 53. Jay spends a lot of time in Chiang Mai training, and his father is the team owner of St. George Continental Cycling Team. So his dad's the owner, and he's one of the contracted riders. He's a very nice guy. Has been riding on the team, has been racing most of his life. He hails from New South Wales, but chooses to base a lot of his season out of northern Thailand, as it's a very nice place to train. A lot of nice roads, mountains, great people, and also great for the team budget, great for the wallet. Yeah, it looks like we have a rider pulling the side of the road there for a last minute toilet break before the racing starts. 115 riders, mostly from Asia. 2 teams from Australia, a team from South Africa. And 2 of Malaysia's top Asian pro teams. Got two Japanese teams here. The Japanese are always very aggressive, and it's sort of their home backyard because they always come to Malaysia to race. So watch out for the 2 Japanese teams. The Thai Continental team who has one legendary Malaysian cyclist in Loh See Kyong. He's got a lot of experience and will help their team with their tactics. Loh See Kyong lives in northern Thailand in Chiang Rai and owns a touring company, so cycle touring company. So he takes small groups out and shows them the best of what northern Thailand has to offer. His company called Venture Wander. A lot of locals from Malaysia typically go up there and spend 4 to 5 days with him, enjoying the best of Thailand roads, Thailand cycling. Got 2 national teams here. Malaysian national team and the national team of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is considered part of Asia, even though most of Azerbaijans look more European, with fair skin. They're northern Asian. You are watching the 2019 Tour of Peninsular Malaysia, and this is Tuesday, the 15th of September. My name is Josiah Ng, and I will be walking you through this race today and over the next 5 days. Okay, and we're off. Official racing has begun. the commissar car has broken away from the front of the pack, allowing them to start racing. Pace goes up slightly. Then we've got a few guys trying to attack from Team Sapura. I get in that tuck position and look behind, check to see what damage he's done. Okay, he sits up. So this is the rulers, trying to break it up, trying to get in the establish a breakaway. Usually it's going to be next few kilometers. The opportunists will try to establish a strong breakaway. Typically, anywhere from 3 to 8 riders would be an ideal group to break away, where they can work together to gain an advantage over the main pack. Jeremy Hunt, Director Sportif from the TSG team there. Great guy, lots of experience. Legendary racer from Great Britain. He's won a few big races out there on the Pro Tour. He was a professional for over 10 years, probably closer to 15, and retired a few years ago to turn the tables and give back his enormous base of knowledge to Asian racing. TSG is lucky to have him as a director sportif. Next to him, we got Danny Fang, who has also been very active in cycling in Malaysia. Rides almost every day with local riders, and he helps lead the TSG team. We'll see if we can get him as a guest to commentate, perhaps on Friday. We'll call him in, get his take on what's happening. We've got an attack from Oliver's Real Food Racing. Australian team on the attack. The riders here, I can see a few sprinters at the back just hanging out in the back, trying to conserve the energy for the intermediate sprints and eventually the sprint finish in Kuala Terengganu. I know that Muhammad Harif Salah, he's going to want to win today in front of his home crowd, in front of his family, in front of his friends. So he's going to be counting on his teammates to give him a good lead out at the end of today's 180 kilometers. Muhammad Harif Salah, Tour de Langkawi stage winner earlier this year. He's going to be a favorite. If he's on form, he will dominate that sprint. So right now he's chilling at the back, conserving as much energy as possible and letting his teammates watch out for him and keep the brake under control. Peloton is trying to establish themselves, pecking order right now. So the speed has definitely gone up, 45, 50 kilometers an hour right now. lot of riders not yet fully committed to the brake. They're just trying their best. They're testing the waters right now, so they're going out there and seeing if the main pack will let them establish a breakaway. The riders at the back, probably the sprinters teams, probably the main sprinters hanging out the back. So there's two ways to stay out of trouble at the beginning of the race. You either are in the very front or you're in the very back, right? So that's the middle of the pack is when most of the incidents happen with regards to crashes or whatnot. So you'll either want to be, the GC contenders will want to be in the top 20. The sprinters the favorite sprinters will probably want to be at the back, hanging out and resting in tow of the peloton. So right now we've got a little bit of action happening in front. Rider from 7-Eleven, from Philippines, from Oliver's Real Racing, and I believe a TSG rider is trying to form a breakaway. But the main pack is not quite ready to let them go. Everyone has fresh legs, and they're saying, if you want to establish a breakaway, you're going to have to earn it. We're not just going to let you go off the front. You're going to have to really earn it. So they'll attempt to break away, and the front of the pack will shut it down, and they'll try again, or another rider will try again. So right now, and everyone's looking at each other. Hey, what you guys doing? They're trying to sort out, okay, who's got good legs and who doesn't. So they'll weave around the road. So that's pretty much the first 10-20 Ks of the stage one. It's going to pan out to be. Bunch of riders looking at each other, making mini accelerations and checking out each other, feeling each other out, seeing, okay, who wants to come with me on this break? Anyone? Got a slight climb right here. Usually a good place to launch an attack. Look at how beautiful the state of Terengganu is. Beautiful scenery, flora, fauna. Great roads up there as well. You can see the road system. There's not too much traffic up there because Terengganu has a fairly low population. I believe Kuala Terengganu has just over 200,000 population. So relatively small city. You can even call it a town. But Kuala Terengganu is Terengganu is a financial center and financial and administrative center, and that's where today's stage is going to be going to. You have a few hours of racing today with 3 intermediate sprints and a category 4 KOM followed by a feed zone. So relatively easy day for the GC riders. GC riders would just want to stay out of trouble. It's the day for the sprinters and the rulers to shine. The breakaway artists, the riders that aren't really specialists, they'll want to shine today on the relatively flat course. If they can get a group of 5, 6, 7, 8 riders strong riders together and they can organize the breakaway, I think they might have a good chance of staying away for a lot of today's race. There's another attack or acceleration to test the legs of the peloton by a Sapura rider. So you got one of the main stronger teams trying to establish a break right now. Team Sapura with a Moldovan and Australian rider that are GC contenders. Got a few local riders. Muhammad Zawawi Azman, Ayman Muhammad Zarif, and foreign riders with Marcus Curley, Jesse Ewart, Christian Rayanu, and Mario Vogt. That's Team Sapura. Team TSG Cycling, local hero and sprinter Mohammad Harif Saleh. We've got Amirul Fakhruddin Mazuki, Sharil Muhammad Amin. We got a Singaporean Chun Huat Go, and we've got Metkel Eob, and the team leader and one of the favorites for GC, Artem Ovchkin from Russia. See, we've got a solid team there here. Got two riders currently with a little bit of a gap from Sapura. It looks like the Brunei Continental team, I believe that one is. A little drone shot from above to see the beautiful peloton going through the gorgeous countryside of Terengganu, northern state of Malaysia. Tropical rainforests. We are in the middle of rainy season, so the riders will have to deal with that element in the race. Not the toughest course, stage race. There's only stage 4 to Cameron Highlands, which will be a Category 1 climb and Oros Category 2 climb, so that's their tough day, the toughest day. But the other stages are relatively flat with a few Category 4 climbs, one Category 1 and one Category 2 climb. But they will have to deal with the elements, which will be thunderstorms. So Hopefully the riders can keep themselves safe. Right now we have 2 riders off the front. In just a minute I'll get an update of who those riders are. Please bear with me right now. Just waiting on info confirmation. I know one is Sapura rider, and I believe, oh, well, doesn't matter anyway because they're about to be caught by the pack. But you can see there's already riders they're going to counter. So usually the first 20-30 kilometers of a stage race is where the riders will try to test each other's legs and see who can establish the first big break of the day. Tour of Peninsula 2019 in Terengganu right now. On the way to Kuala, Terengganu with 180 kilometers of racing. Stage 1. Welcome to the live stream coverage of the Tour of Peninsular Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. Brought to you by Opinex Holdings, the State of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, and Next Age Technology Radiocom. I'm Josiah Ng, and bringing you, commentating on what's to be an exciting week of racing with Asia's top teams and a few teams from Australia and South Africa here to battle it out for GC glory and stage wins. Right now we're watching the Thailand Continental team, rider at the back with the mechanic trying to sort out his, looks like he's sorting out his seat height. Is it seat? Oh, seat. Yeah, it looked like a seat post. Lucky guy's riding a Colnago. So, Thailand team, sponsored by Colnago, one of the best bikes out there. Long live donuts! Long live donuts. So we've got rider from 7-Eleven, team from the Philippines, trying to attack, trying to sort out and get in a breakaway. First stage of every stage race is always the most nervous, nerve-wracking. Riders usually trying to find their legs. You know, sometimes riders who are not, they're unsure of their form, testing it out, checking at each other's form out, wanting us to establish a breakaway, while the favorites for the day, the sprinters, are hanging out at back, conserving as much energy as possible. The GC favorites are usually up front in the top 20, trying to stay out of trouble, trying to conserve energy. GC riders will have only a chance to fight for points for the KOM at the 86-kilometer mark. There's a Category 4 climb, so yeah, it's more of it's a sprint for the climbers, let's say. So there's not much work to be done for them today. Their only jobs is to stay out of trouble and conserve energy. So we've got Team Sapura, rider from Team Sapura trying to establish a breakaway with the team from Brunei. And it looks like Sapura has been very active early in the breakaway, early in this race. They've been in almost every attempt of breakaway. So they're looking to establish a guy. My guess is they're looking to capture the yellow jersey early in this race, because Team Sapura is currently ranked second in the Asia Tour, behind their fellow Malaysian professional team TSG. Yep. Now we're at the 30-kilometer mark, so riders have had a good start to the race. They're probably there's two riders clear of the peloton, one of them from Team Sapura, one of the favorites to win their overall, as they have two GC riders in Christian Rayanu and Jesse Ewart from Australia. 2018 Tour of Singkrap overall winner, and Christian was 2018 Tour of Cartier winner. So those are races that are about 2.1, 2.2 category UCI stage races. So this is right up their alley of strength. Team Sapura is a very strong team, so they'll have the firepower to defend the yellow jersey should they take that. Should this small breaks succeed. Usually 2-rider breaks, they'll need a few minutes on the peloton to stay away, successfully stay away. Sakura riding looking pretty aero. We've got the other rider, number 73 from Fulak Mobarak Sepanan from Iran. Number 73, his name is Mohammed Ismail Chaichingam Himi. Oh man, I just butchered up his name, but that was right. So number 73 from Iran, team from Iran, and Sakura. Number 11, Mario Vogt, trying to establish the early breakaway. Both riders are very tall. Usually tall riders have the bigger horsepower and can usually time trial pretty well. So you find that some of the, not always, but usually the best time trialists in the world are over 5'11", 6-footers. They're long legs, big power. Looks like the pack is onto these guys. They only have a few seconds. Looks like they're gonna be short-lived, their breakaway. So right now, the reason that we have breakaways is because riders want to establish an advantage over the pack. So be right back with you. Welcome to the live stream coverage of the Tour of the Peninsula Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. And my name's Josiah Ing, and I'll be your commentator for the next 5 days. I have, for those of you who don't know, I'm an ex-professional rider, represented Malaysia. But not on the road. I was a track cyclist. I represented Malaysia for 3 Olympic Games, 4 Commonwealth Games, and I won the Commonwealth Games in 2010. So I've been a cyclist for most of my life since I was 14, and I'm currently 39. So yeah, I have a few years under my belt of knowledge to share with you. So right now we're watching stage 1. We're about 35 kilometers into the race, and riders are still just stretching their legs, trying to figure out. You see a lot of riders are looking behind them. We got a national team, Malaysian national team rider on the front. We've got Sapura rider. We've got a few Oliver's food race, Oliver's real food racing from Australia. We've got a team from Korea here. We've got 2 teams from Japan. We've got HKSI, Hong Kong Pro Cycling Team, a bunch of young riders who are very strong. Hong Kong has had a history of strong riders, originating with Wong Kam Po, who was a world champion on the track and always came to Malaysia for the Tour of Langkawi and even won one of the most prestigious stages, the Genting Highland stage of the Tour of Langkawi back in the day. So HKSI Pro Cycling Team, they're currently one of the top ranked teams. I believe they're 4th on the Asian Tour. We've got the top 2 teams from the Asian Tour here, right here from Malaysia, TSG and Team Sapura. So a lot of the local fans will be cheering them on to win the overall GC. So I am tapped into the chat box on YouTube, so happy to answer your questions or discuss the racing. Please feel free to talk to me. Just put @Josiah and then followed by your questions or comments. I want this to be an interactive live show, interactive live chat. This is my first time commentating, so bear with me. I'm just learning the ropes, but I'm excited for the next 5 days. Today, I have a question coming from Jansen Chu. He's asking me, who will I think will win today? I think my money's on Muhammad Harif because this is his hometown. He knows the roads. You can see he looks confident. He's got a very strong team. So my pick is Muhammad Harif. There are a few strong sprinters. One from Team Pro Touch from South Africa, named Clint Hendricks. He won stage 4 of the Tour de Limpopo, which is a 2.2 ranked stage race. So it's a little bit ranked under this race. This is a 2.1 tour. There's also a Greek sprinter who I think has a good chance of winning today. Karalampos Kastrantas from Greece, from the Brunei Continental team. So watch out for number 131. He recently won the points jersey, the yellow jersey, and all 3 stages of the Tour of Kosovo. So he's a pretty handy sprinter. So right now we are entering the first feeding zone. But you know, I don't think it's too important a feeding zone this early. You know, some teams might give a gel or a water bottle to their teams, but I think the pace is probably pretty quick right now. First feed zone, we are still the first fourth of the race. heading to Kampong Paris, which is at the 86-kilometer mark, category 4 KOM climb. So a chance for an opportunist to get a little bit of recognition today by winning the polka dot jersey or the climber's jersey. I'm not sure. We've got Omar Tan asking how fast they are going. My guess is they're going about 45 to 50 kilometers an hour right now. Well, actually, they probably just slowed down a little bit. It looks like they're going about 40, 45 as they're going through a feed zone. So you can kind of tell when all the riders are in their drops, you know, or on their hoods in a tough position, they're going around 50 kilometers an hour. So typically Asian racing is a couple kilometers an hour below European racing, but it's a little bit more aggressive, a lot more accelerations, a lot more attacks. Typically you'll have in Asia, well in this part of Asia anyway, flatter courses. So usually it's harder to get in a breakaway. The races are usually a little bit shorter than European, or the stages are usually a little bit shorter. But today's stage at 180 kilometers is a pretty good length. As you can see, there's several attempts at a breakaway, not really sticking right now because everyone's legs are fresh. We're on stage 1, so we've got number 26 that has a mechanical problem right now. Steven Van Heerden from Pro Touch team. Listening to the race radio over here. Yeah, we've got some crazy speed, right? You know, these guys are, you know, throughout the 180 kilometers, they're gonna be going close to 50 kilometers an hour. So, you know, they're all fresh. They're all hungry to win. You know, there's a couple sprinters there that believe that they have a chance to win. So they're not gonna want to break away to stay away. So teams like Sapporo without a sprinter are trying to get into a breakaway. They're trying to get the mountain jersey. They're trying to get the leader's jersey because this is their turf. This is their home ground, and they know the roads well. They want their sponsors to be impressed with them, and this is the last race or the last stage race of this year. So this week we'll wrap up the overall Asia Tour rankings, the UCI rankings, and right now the TSG cycling team is 500 points clear of Team Sapporo Cycling. So the winner of this only will get 100, I think 120, 150 UCI points. So they'll have to stack it up. They'll have to win stages. They'll have to get a few guys in the top of GC. And I hear that there is the tour of, there's a one-day race in Japan this coming Sunday, which is a 2.1 race. Whereas 150 points to win, oh no, was it 200 points to win? Let me get confirmation of that. So they can only close about half of that if they win both to TSG. So it's a long shot to overtake TSG as the overall #1 season-end top Asian team. So TSG almost has that wrapped up, unless, you know, nothing's impossible. If TSG is asleep and does not get any points, and if Sapporo dominates here as well as in Japan, they might be able to claw that gap back. But 500 UCI points behind, it's a long shot. So we still got 2 riders there. A few riders trying to establish a break. But I don't think the peloton will be very keen on letting them get away today. So it's a mostly flat stage with 1 category 4 climb. There's 3 intermediate sprints up for grabs. My guess is it's going to end in a sprint finish. Got Omar asking if, not sure, he wants to know if why doesn't the Tour de Langkawi start earlier in January or which during the winter in Europe before the classic season? Well, that's a good question, and I'm not sure I have the answer to. I can only guess. But you know, they get whatever slot they're given by the UCI. They can't, you know. Typically a race like the Tour de Langkawi is not going to attract the top tier riders. It's just not going to happen. It's going to attract some Pro Tour teams because there are decent points up for grab. But typically they'll send their second or their third team. So each team has, you know, 2-3 teams that they can send to different races happening at the same times in different places. So Tour de Langkawi it's a long ways away from Europe. So the big, and it's early in the season, so the big riders will probably stay away from that and prepare for the classics. Looks like today we're gonna luck out with the weather. There's some blue skies. I don't see too many clouds. It looks like it's going to be fairly dry, which is good for the sprinters. It's always a tough one when if it's a downpour, which is right now we're in the middle of rainy season. And if you saw the team presentation last night, it was a very big storm, right? You know, these guys have to storm the weather. Tour of Peninsula Malaysia 2019. The very first Tour of Peninsula. So we are hoping that everything goes very well, goes smoothly, that there are no big crashes, that the organizers, everything goes well, the transfers go well, the roads are clear, and you know, if there's a little bit of rain, that's fine, but we don't want too strong of a rain because that would put a huge damper on the racing. End of the feed zone right now with Thai Continental team riding Colnagos. There's another attack. Team Sapura again on the front, and is that Mario Vogt again? It looks like Mario Vogt again, looking to establish a breakaway, looking to mix things up. Looking like the average speed right now is 45, 46, 47, no, 48 kilometers an hour is the average speed. Thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to watch the Tour of Peninsula. You're probably at work right now if you're in the Asian region. It's 11 a.m. in Malaysia. You know, I'm very fortunate to be working right now. Though I don't think of this as work. I think of this. This is my passion. I've been a cyclist for 24 years. Back to the days when we had down tube shifters and we glued our tires to our rims. So no one in their right mind would race with clinchers, as clinchers back in the day 25 years ago were too heavy. And I raced before the advent of aero wheels. Everyone had low box rims. You know, carbon was in its early stages. I believe Specialized had the Alley, and that was their race bike, and it was aluminium frames. Cannondale had their aluminium CAD 3s. Right now, racers are very fortunate to have aero bikes, aero wheels, technology that makes them automatically 4 or 5 kilometers an hour faster than what they used to be back in the day. Back in the day, we used to race on 10-kilogram bikes, and today's bikes, if you're on a 7-kilogram bike, that would be probably considered somewhat heavy. And lately we've got disc wheels making their way into the peloton. Disc wheels. We've got wireless shifters with the SRAM E-tap. We've got electronic shifting from all three manufacturers, SRAM, Campagnolo, and Shimano. Back in the day, majority of the peloton in the 90s would be riding on Campagnolo. Some would be Shimano, and SRAM did not exist back in the day. So very interesting. I personally love tubs over clinchers, and even nowadays you have the cross between that, which is tubeless clinchers, which I've tried out and I don't really like. I just don't get it. It's like having one of these cars that are a cross between the crossovers. You know, I don't get crossovers. It's not really a car. It's not really an SUV. It's like it doesn't know what it wants to be. That's what I think of tubeless clincher tires. You got to go with a good pair of clinchers, or you stick with tubulars, or you have both, and you save the tubular tires for your races. I still think tubular tires are the best. The best riding. You get nothing beats a handmade silk tubular tire, or a very good quality Vittoria or something like that. Very good quality cotton tire. But you know, most people don't want to deal with having to buy glue and having to glue it. You know, not too many people have the ability, a skill set to glue tires. You know, and it's very messy. It takes a lot of time. It's very expensive. So here today, let's see. Let's check out who's on the chat. Who's out there? Where are you guys from? I know we've got a few Malaysians, I can tell. We've got a few people from Australia, of course. Josiah in here, and I'm your sole commentator for the Tour of Peninsula Malaysia 2019 USAI Category 2.1 race. And the last stage race of the year to wrap up the Asian Tour. Team TSG looks to have that clinched, but it's nothing, never say never, because Sapura is 500 points behind. And if they end up dominating this race, winning all the stages, and getting a few guys in the top GC, and if they win in Japan Cup, is that Japan Cup? Yeah, on Sunday, which is a 2.1, they could come close to TSG. But it is a long shot in my opinion. Oh, Mac Afi, I see my former teammate on here. Afi, he's seen him dominate local crits. I myself like to support the local racing. This last weekend we had the local criterium in Kuala Lumpur. It was a 30-minute criterium and pretty technical. So we've got, our racing culture is growing here in Malaysia. We've got 2 race series, one CIMB race criterium race series, and we've got the other one by the Selangor cycling team, or Selangor, which we got the crit series there. We've got a number of crits, so that every month we'll have about 2 criteriums. If you're lucky enough to live in the Klang Valley, in the Kuala Lumpur area. We've also have the CIMB cycle tour every year, which attracts about 3,000-4,000 riders. We've got the Lekas Highway night ride once a year, which attracts 3,000 to 4,000 participants. So We've also got Tour de Langkawi, which is Asia's premier stage race. And that's been happening for over 20 years. So if you come from this region, or if you're a Malaysian, you are very lucky to have a racing culture that is developing. It's not as good as Australia or America or Europe, but I think it's on its way. I think another 5-10 years of development, we will be looking pretty. And we've got our very own world champion from Malaysia, our very first world champion in Azizul Hasni Awang, who won the 2017 Karen. We've got a number of world-class track riders coming from Malaysia, a handful of us that came. I'm myself, who was one of the pioneers back in the early 2000s, and we've got a few today. Not only Azizul, we've got even girls that are up-and-comers, and a few guys that are coming up, led by Australian coach John Beasley, who's been a coach for over 13 years and has helped to, we've have had a few Australians help to establish and help to grow Malaysian cycling, mainly John Beasley. We've had Graham Sears from New South Wales dedicate a few years of his life to help the grassroots program. And we currently have Jeremy Hunt, who's not an Aussie, but who lives in Melbourne. So he's a kind of an Aussie. Jeremy Hunt has been a Pro Tour rider for Sky, Team Sky, and a few other teams. He's a very decorated pro. Born in 1974 and representing Britain. He was mainly a sprinter, and he was the national road race champ in 1997-2001. Jeremy debuted for Benesto and rode for teams like Big Mats, Alber. He rode for Mr. Bookmaker, Credit Agricole, and Cervelo, and finished his career on Team Sky. So he was on Team Sky making the big bucks for 2 years. He was a one-day and classics, and he won the national road race 2 times and the GP West France in 2002. He also won the stages at the Commonwealth Bank Classic. He won. I believe he participated in the Grand Tours as well. Jeremy Hunt lending Malaysia his wealth of knowledge and skills as the director sportif of TSG. Thanks a lot, Jeremy. You are watching Tour of Peninsula 2019. Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. And I like to shout out to our supporters, our sponsors, OpenMax Holdings, the State of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Toll House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Cycling Apparel, and Next Edge Technology Radiocom. And thank you to all of you who took time out of your day to watch this live feed of the race, stage 1. Feel free to reach out to me on the chat group. I'll be looking at the chat and reading comments and answering questions and discussing. I am, my background is track cycling, but I used to race stage races back when I was a junior. And I am a fan of cycling, so I keenly watch every year the Tour de France, the Tour of Spain, the Giro d'Italia. I watch a lot of the one-day stage races. I have knowledge, but when it comes to local racing, I have a little bit limited knowledge, and I know some people out there have a lot of knowledge, and I appreciate if you share with us what you know, and we can have interactive discussions on our live chat feed on YouTube. Live stream of Tour Peninsula. We got 169 subscribers, which is pretty cool. I like that. Josiah in the house now, commentating with you. Let's read some comments. I'm happy to share with you my experience as a pro cyclist or national team cyclist, world-class cyclist for over 15 years, and my role in the development of Malaysian cycling on the track. We have our high performance team based out of Melbourne, Australia. So Australia has really helped us develop our culture. We've had John Beasley helping us to develop, who I personally asked to help coach me back in 2006, and now he's helped develop and establish Malaysia as a big hitter on the world track scene. Graham Sears and Jeremy Hunt. Jeremy being a British living living in Melbourne since his retirement, has helped develop the TSG cycling team. Graham Sears has helped with developing the grassroots. Unfortunately for us, Graham's now returned to Australia and is the CEO of New South Wales Cycling. Shout out to Graham Searsy, thanks very much. We've got a good base of talent, a base of development here in Malaysia. We've got viewers from all over Malaysia. We've got Brisbane, Kevin Berg from Brisbane. We've got Joy and Matt from Fresno, California. Big shout out to Joy and Matt. Joy is my younger sister and Matt's my brother-in-law, of course. They're keen cyclists themselves. We got my former teammate, Arfi. He was a national team member of the track team, trained with me in Melbourne. We've got Prashkam from Bangkok, Thailand. Thanks for watching, or should I say Kap Kun Kap. I previously lived in Thailand for the last year and a half before I moved back to Kuala Lumpur this past February. I spent 1.5 years, about 8 months of that, coaching the national team, track national team in Thailand. I worked with Wisu, who's also very deeply involved in the development of Thai cycling. Now Wisu, he's got a wealth of knowledge as well. So this is the first time we're live streaming with an English speaking commentator. So it's my first time commentating, and I'm very excited to be with you for the next 5 days. So another question from Omar Tan. How are pros able to ride 160, 180 kilometers back to back at high pace for the duration of a week to 3 weeks? How long did it take them to train to get to level? That's a really good question, Omar. So let me grab a quick water. So yeah, these riders typically have at least 10 years of training in their bodies to be able to withstand the taxing efforts of riding at 40 to 50 kilometers an hour for 150, 200 kilometers. And that's a good 4 or 5 hours in the saddle with repeated accelerations. You can notice that a lot of the times it's all about engine management, right? So engine management, you can see a lot of them standing out of the seat, they're stretching, they're constantly refueling themselves. Here we've got a rider from St. George with a couple water bottles. He's taking his water bottles to give to his teammates to help them refuel. So it's no different from other endurance sports where they have to refuel every half hour, every 1 hour. They're constantly hydrating, they're constantly feeding themselves, bars, gels, bananas, they have Coca-Cola, they have sports drinks. So that's how they're able to get through 4 or 5 hours racing each stage. When it comes to 2-3 week stage races, they usually have 1 or 2 rest days to help them with their recovery process. So that's the answer to your question right there.
Oh yeah.
They drink a lot of juice. That's a good one, VK. Drink a lot of juice. They juice up. Well, I think pro cycling has a pretty bad reputation because of what happened, what came out of the Armstrong days. But I think steps has been taken by the authorities, the UCI, the World Anti-Doping Agency to help clean up cycling. Look, us humans are... Sorry about that. Hold on. Oh, a little bit of... we'll have a little commercial break brought to you by the state of Terengganu. Beautiful beaches. Pristine, untouched beaches, over 200 kilometers. Welcome to the live stream coverage of the Tour of Peninsula Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. I'm your commentator, Josiah, and we have just seen a commercial on visiting the state of Terengganu. Beautiful, pristine beaches. Come visit Terengganu. Lots to offer, lots of culture, lots of beautiful scenery, great roads for riding your bike, great place to hang out, and not to mention great food. Terengganu has good nasi dagang, good nasi lemak as well, huh? So we still have groups trying to establish breakaway, but so far, no success so far. Okay, we're getting close to the first points. Oh, we got a St. George rider right there. Went back to his car. What's he got? Discussing tactics. That's number 52. That's Matthew Dinham from Australia. Looks like a climber to me. Okay, now it's starting to climb up, so I think we're going to be approaching the first KOM pretty soon. Let me check with Radiocom to see what's going on. Peloton coming through small kampong villages and watching them out in force, supporting in big groups, which is really nice to see. Cycling in Terengganu is a huge sport and it has a huge following. It is, I would say, it's the epicenter of cycling for Malaysia. Terengganu is huge. I mean, they sponsor the Asia's #1 pro team, which is TSG, Terengganu Cycling Team. We've got the world champion hailing from Dungun, Terengganu. And now the Tour of Peninsula Malaysia is in Terengganu. So they have a really a lot of talent that comes out of Terengganu. I think a majority of the national team come from Terengganu. Not to forget one of today's favorites to win the stage, Mamat Harif Salah. He's from Terengganu as well. A Brunei rider, number 132, taking a drink. Martin Ford. Looks like Brunei Continental Cycling Team has a few foreign riders on their team. And even a Malaysian as well. Muhammad Aiman Rosli, who is a good handy track rider. Went to Australia for a few races and dominated there. So he's a part of the national track program. So he should be competitive in the sprint today. Or maybe he's the lead out for Charalampos Castrantas. It looks like we got a little bit of a gap on the pack. Or is this, yeah, we've got, the camera a little bit shaky too for it. Got over 10 riders here. This looks promising. Average speed for today so far, 48 kilometers an hour. They are moving. For any of you that have raced or experienced racing a bike race, 48 kilometers an hour is like driving on the city road. So they're going as fast as cars are going. 48K. It is relatively flat stage though, so we're moving right now. It looks like they let up a little bit. Got a national team rider on the back, 195, chilling at the back. (195) Muhammad Amin Ahmad Kamal, Malaysian national team. Yeah, we're ready for Kuala. I'm at the 96 kilometer mark. Looks like we're 25 minutes away from that. All right, that'll be a category 4 climb. So I think this breakaway trying to establish so that they can fight it out for the climber's jersey. we have a few guys that can win the overall. Let's review. We got who I believe is the favorite. 2018 Tour de Langkawi stage GC winner Artem Ovchkin from Russia. Now anyone who has won Tour de Langkawi is a major contender for this race, if you want to ask me. So Artem, he spent 2 seasons racing for Katusha, so former Pro Tour rider with a lot of experience. We've got 2 young riders from Team Sapura who are strong contenders for a podium. Cristian Reyanu, who won the 2018 Tour of Cartier. He is from Moldova. And Jesse Ewart from Australia. He was 2018 Tour de Singkarak overall winner. Hong Kong HKSI Pro Cycling Team has a contender in Feng Kai-hu, who was recently 8th on GC in Tour of China. He's only 22 years old, but he has a lot of potential. So watch out for Mr. Feng. He's wearing number 35. Kinnan Cycling Team has a major contender in Thomas Lebas from France. He recently won the Tour of Indonesia. So watch out for Thomas, number 61. Taiwan Myogi Cycling Team has a strong contender from the Netherlands, Jeroen Meyer. We're getting our live picture soon. Bear with us after this picturesque little commercial from the state of Terengganu. Okay, stage 1. We are okay, I have a little bit treat for you guys. I am gonna be talking soon with one of the with the director sportive car of TSG. I'll be talking to Danny Fang, who's one of the managers on there. So think of any questions you want me to ask Danny, and we'll be having a conversation with him very soon. So we'll have a good insight into the tactics and what they're thinking and what's going on from their perspective. So Danny Fang from TSG's Director Sportive Car coming up very soon on a phone call live on this live streaming of Tour of Peninsula Stage 1.
Hello.
Hey Danny, it's Josiah here.
Good. Hi, Josiah.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Good. Chilling in a team car with TSG.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Danny Fang here chilling in a team car with TSG, with the Director Sportive driving, and we're now in this into the race in stage 1 of the Tour of Peninsula. What's going on at the moment?
I think there's a lot of activity. A lot of teams are chasing the brakes and also trying to make the move, trying to make the break. It's day 1, so everybody wants to get a chance to take the yellow jersey and instead of waiting for the sprint. So there's a lot of riders trying, but there's a lot of activity chasing as well.
Yeah, I see that. Sapura has been very active. They've been setting out one of their riders, Mario Vogt, in trying to get in a breakaway. So it looks like they're targeting the yellow for the first stage.
Yeah, well, I think everybody wants to get a chance to take the yellow, and and especially Papua, obviously being a Malaysian team in their home race, so everybody they have a presence. And yeah, Mario is a very strong rider, and I think a lot of the teams also want to get into the break as well.
Yeah, and but you guys probably want to win the overall as well as win the stage today. You've got a very strong sprinter in Muhammad Harif, and then as well as Artem. Looks like he's on form, and he's very strong rider for the overall contention.
Yeah, of course, it's a home race for Sapura, but it's also a home race for Terengganu, especially with the stage 1 finishing in the hometown of the team, and also Harif Saleh. So definitely we want to do something, but first day, a lot of fresh legs, a lot of aggressive riding.
Yeah.
So, we just have to, nobody want to lose time, so we have to see how the race is going to unfold by the near end. Of course, it's going to be a bunch of sprints.
Yeah.
Then everyone will ride for Harif Saleh, and hopefully he got good legs to finish it off. But Harif just had a new baby, so congratulations to him.
Oh wow! Congratulations to him.
Yeah, he just had a second.
His second.
Boy.
Wow.
And so he's probably super motivated, but also I hope he had enough time for resting, and training. So yeah, we hope. Of course, we hope we can bring the goods, but there's also other good sprinters in the race, like from Pro Touch, and also from the I think the Brunei team also has a good sprinter. So yeah, it's, again, first day, a lot of unknowns, a lot of fresh legs, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. So, but at this point, your guys' priority would not be to get in a break, right? I noticed that it doesn't seem like you guys want to conserve for the lead out, and then also conserve Artem for stage 4, right?
Yeah, but of course, but we don't. If the break, if the group is big enough, that can be dangerous. If the break goes, then that wins by 5 minutes. And even though let's say Artem climber has a good leg, but it's going to be hard to take back 5 minutes on the climb. So
that's true.
The Cameron Island climb is not extremely steep. So you could have a really good strong guys on the break that can be a dark horse and that can still win. So that's why nobody is gonna have to. Nobody can afford to let the break go too far.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed the peloton's not really giving a lot of leeway to any of the breaks.
Yeah, that's what exactly.
And everyone has fresh legs, so it's. Do you think it's gonna come down to a sprint? I mean, the chances at this point.
Well, it's gonna be 180k. So far we've done just about 80k.
Yeah.
A few 100k to go.
Yeah.
So it's really hard. So it's really depending on how many people in the break. If it's big enough, let's say maybe 7-8 rider in the break.
Yeah.
That can help each other finish ahead of peloton. So it's very likely.
Yeah.
If it's too small of a break, that may not survive all this. But again, it's hard to say. It's especially the first day. It's really hard to say, and when you really want to take control. We certainly don't want to be on the front working on a sprint because there's no guarantee that other sprinters, there's no sprinter in the race who want to handle the first in the race and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
So we'll have to see.
How about the KOM? What's your take on the KOM? Like it's only a category 4, and is that any kind of priority for you guys to score points?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
You just want the yellow.
Yeah.
And
yellow in the stage where we be nice.
Yeah. How about the sprinters jersey? The 3 intermediate sprints. Are you guys targeting that at all?
I think we have to see if there's a break goal, then that will boost up all the
points. Yeah.
So then we don't want to be wasting energy. But
Yeah.
But of course, if the bunch all together, but I don't think that's going to be the case. If the bunch is all together, then if Harry have a good leg. But I think you would want to focus on finishing first in the hometown if that's possible.
Okay, so the stage win is the priority at this point. So stage win over jerseys, but of course the yellow jersey is the utmost priority for you, right?
I think those are the two big fights.
Okay. It's good to know from your perspective. Anything else interesting that you can share with our fans?
No, I think it's a very exciting race, and I think it's good to see two of the strongest teams are from the home, Malaysia.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
That's really saying the good things about Malaysia cycling, and
it's definitely headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and hopefully that brings more cyclists and more fans. And hopefully there'll be on the weekend. Hopefully there'll be more fans coming out to support the race, because right now we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Jungles, but
Yeah.
I don't expect any spectators, but hopefully in the finishing line there'll be a lot of spectators. I'm sure in Terengganu there's a lot of spectators waiting.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you know what? I'll thanks for giving us your insight, Danny Fang from in the TSG car. Let's see if we can get you in to the studio on Friday on the Cameron Highlands Day. I think it'd be great to have you here co-commentating. So well, let's see what we can do, huh?
Sure.
Thanks a lot, Danny.
Yep, feel free to call me. Yep. Okay.
All right, all the best to you guys. See ya.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So that was Danny Fang. He's he's been in Malaysia for many years now, probably 20 years, and he's been around the cycling scene, always helping Malaysia to the next level. It's pretty cool to have that. So to recap, what he did mention was that there's a lot of fresh legs. It's a fairly flat course. The peloton's not really giving a lot of leeway to break away. So it will likely end in the sprint. Well, that's what they want it to end in the sprint, because they have one of the strongest sprinters in Harif. And it's TSG's team's hometown, Kuala Terengganu. It's Muhammad Harif's home state, and he just had his second baby. So he's very motivated to perform today. So there you have it. Little bit of insight. So about 100 kilometers to go. 100 kilometers to go. And they're going at 48 kilometers an hour. So we'll probably reach ETA, the finish line, about 2:20, 2:30 maybe. So. We've got 141 on breakaway here. 141 is Ayman Kayati from the PGN Road Cycling Team. Ayman taking a crack at the peloton. Go Iman. Brave solo breakaway. Get some TV time out there. Looks like Iman's working pretty hard. We got 1 kilometer to go to the first KOM. So if he can hang out there and last for another kilometer, he's going to be wearing the climber's jersey. All right, he's going to be wearing that polka dot jersey. So hang on, Iman. That'd be great because you know, Kinnan is one of the smaller teams. Oh, no, that's not Kinnan. It's 40. I mean, the PGN is one of the smaller teams, so it'd be great to give their sponsors some exposure if he can get to that KOM first. Looks like the pack's in a bunch up. Looks like they're not gonna go full gas up that climb. Say, what do you think? Come on, hang on, dude. What do you think? Do you think you can hang on? I think he timed that perfectly, that attack. A little patchy signal coverage. Okay, looks like he's Alright, he got it. Iman got the first KOM. He'll be wearing that polka dot jersey at the end of the day. And we have a sprint for second and third place coming up from the drone cam. So number 141, Ayman Kayadi from the PGN Road Cycling Team. Sports director is Patria Dinawan, Rastra Patria. They will be excited to have one of their riders on the podium at the end of today's stage, wearing the polka dot climber's jersey for the signifying the best climber. So look to him to be aggressive for the next few days to try to hang on to that jersey. Every day it's going to be at least 1 KOM. So he'll have a chance to hang on to that. So stage 1 today is 3 intermediate sprints, 1 KOM, which just happened. Stage 2 tomorrow has 3 intermediate sprints and another Cat 4. Stage 3 has 3 intermediate sprints and a Cat 4. So that's 3 days in a row. Stage 4 has only 2 intermediate sprints, a Cat 1 and the Oars category up Cameron Highlands. And the last stage has 3 intermediate sprints, 1 category 4 and 1 category 2 climb. So looks like for the climber's jersey for the first 3 days it's only 1 KOM category 4, and then it might on the 4th day, on the 4th stage is the Cat 1 and the Oars category. So we're going to be right back. We're going to have another commercial. Apologies for the lagging video. Some black pot patches out there as we're going through countryside. So yeah, not always going to have the best picture, but we'll try our best. Okay, welcome to the live stream coverage of the Tour of Peninsula Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. We've got the KOM results out now with number 141 taking that Aiman Kayadi from PNG Road Cycling Team, getting the first 4 points, and he will be wearing that polka dot jersey at the end of the day. Second across the line was number 15, Aiman Zarif Muhammad from Team Sapura, and the third across that KOM was number 124 and earned 1 point. Number 124, William Hodges from Oliver's Real Food Racing. We also have another update, and unfortunately, rider number 182 has not finished. He's in the broom wagon so early in the race. I'm not sure what happened, but rider number 182, Mikhail Safarli from the national team of Azerbaijan has pulled the plug on this race and is now in the broom wagon. So we've got 3 intermediate sprints and the finish line for today. We'll wait for the results for that, and I will update you as soon as we get the results for the intermediate sprints. So they have the feed zone area, I think they just passed. Tucked arrow position there. Rider from Team Sapura. Oliver's Real Food Racing on the front right now. In the breakaway. We've got another rider. We got. Looks like they have a decent gap on the field. It's about halfway through today's stage race. It's halfway today's stage. Probably a good time to make a real attempt at a breakaway. Looks like a good group of strong riders. They're looking like they're working together smoothly. Nice pace line. We've got a 7-Eleven rider in there on the front from the Philippines. Sapura's doing a lot of work. They really want this. Race is brought to you by Opimax, Terengganu State, the beautiful state, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, Cycling Merchandise, and Next Age Technology Radiocom. We are a little over 2 hours into the racing, halfway through, and we have the leaders. Nice looking strong breakaway. It's got a good group. Finally established the first serious breakaway of today's stage. I'm on for the Brunei trade team. Oliver's Real Food, the Japanese team there, TSG. raising their hand, looking for something. Two Japanese and two Australians, always very, very aggressive. Australian teams and Japanese teams, they love to break away. Team full of rulers. Breakaway artists. Oliver's Food, there's got Ison Racing Team. Good looking bikes they've got on De Rosas. I've always been a fan of Italian racing bikes. Thanks for joining us and taking time out of your day to join us for this live So right now we've got coverage, live camera coverage of the Finnish area in Kuala, Terengganu. So Kuala, Terengganu is the epicenter, the main city of Terengganu, of the Terengganu state. Looks like a rain-free day there, so it's a little bit, so it's dry, which is good. It's always good to do a sprint finish. Looks like a very straight sprint finish line right there. Kuala Terengganu often is abbreviated as KT. It's the admin capital and the royal capital and the main economic center of Terengganu, Malaysia. There is a population of 237,000 people and was granted a city status in only 2008. So it's been a city for just over a decade. So the cyclists will be rolling through in just over 2 hours, as they're averaging well over 40k an hour. So they'll arrive there in 2 hours. So looks like they're taking a breather right now. You know. Kuala Terengganu is situated on the Terengganu River, and out of the over 250,000 residents, most are Muslims. It's very beautiful, but the monsoon season does dominate between October and March. So we're at the start of the monsoon season. You might consider a stopover at another destination nearby. You can even go by bus. It's usually the cheapest way to go by bus to reach Kuala Terengganu. You can get there by coach. They have many daily buses, air conditioned, and other cities in Malaysia and Kuala Terengganu. The trip from Kuala Lumpur to Terengganu by bus will take around 7 hours, so a little bit longer than a car. There are also night buses between Kuala Lumpur and Kuala Terengganu. Tickets from KL to KT only cost about 40 ringgit each way. So $10 will get you a 7-hour bus ride to Kuala Terengganu to visit the beautiful state, the beautiful area. So we've got breakaway, we've got getting pulled in. There we got the like the pack is sitting up right now, taking advantage to get a little feed, top up on the sport drinks or water, taking a little breather. Professional cyclists also need a little bit of a break during their workday, so this is a moment for one. Which is nice because they've been going flat out for a while now. We're almost 2 hours, or we're over 2 hours into the racing, so they'll be glad to get a little bit of a breather before ramping it up for a couple sprints and then preparing for the final run in to the finish. So we got a question from Australia. What is the life like? What is the wildlife we expect to see along the beautiful roads of Malaysia? My friend got pounced by a kangaroo while riding in Australia. Considering tigers native to Malaysia, will I get attacked by a tiger? That's a good question. We got a few answers here, like wild boars, call it Bobby here, right? They say you'll not likely get bumped into tigers, but wild boars and elephant is common animals that can be found in that part of the country. We've got another DNF, number 162. So number 162, Kun So Kim from Ujongbu cycling team from Korea. So they've just, they're now a rider less. than the hoods. I myself particularly like to be in the drops because I feel, well, I'm a sprinter, so I feel that I have better control of the bike in the drops. In the hoods, okay, so in the hoods, if you're on a breakaway, you see the guy number, the breakaway hoods are usually good. It's a good place to be, but I think the most aerodynamic would be if you're in the drops and you have access to your brakes. Thanks for the question out there. Keep them coming, guys and gals. It can get a little boring once in a while, so for a 4 or 5 hour bike race. So if we can talk about cycling, let's discuss tactics, fashion, equipment. I'm happy to do that with all of you. I'm trying to get, someone asked berapa kilometer to go. So how many kilometers to go? I'm not sure. I'll let you know as soon as I'm updated. Okay, we have the first sprint result. Okay, sprint result number 23 got first. So number 23 from ProTouch, Rohan Duploy. Okay. Second place was number 115, RJ Peralta from the 7-Eleven team from the Philippines. And third place for that first intermediate sprint was number 15, Muhammad Aiman Muhammad Zarif from Team Sapura. So that was the top 3 for the first intermediate sprint. Oh, there's 4, right? So okay, so there we've got 2 more. So they're already racking it up there. Main peloton. So you can notice the riders in the back of the main peloton are quite chill. Everyone's got the hands on the top, the bars. Looks like if you're at the back right now, you're probably putting out about 200 watts. Right this minute, 180 watts, 200 watts. Kind of a soft touch pedaling. A little bit of ease. It's not gonna stay that way because the last 30 Ks is going to ramp up, and it's going to be single file, and everyone's going to be jaw to the stem. No doubt the last 10-20 Ks will be around 50 kilometers leading up to the sprint, so good time for them to take a little bit of a breather, right? You know, 5 hours in the saddle, work day, not an easy task. It's not easy being a pro cyclist. They get paid peanuts. Well, at this level, it's a tough ass. Their career lifespan very short. They have to live hand to mouth sometimes. A lot of these riders that are here would be lucky to make minimum wage in a Western country. I mean, that's just the reality of it. A lot of these guys are happy, just they're passionate for the sport, so they're happy getting an allowance of a 1,000 or 2,000 USD a month. My guess is a lot of the top pros in this peloton at this level are not making even 6 figures, are not even making 100,000 USD. These guys are, making the good ones with contracts of 2 years, they're probably making 50, 60,000 US a year. So they're happy to do that. So, but the reality is the majority of these guys are making, they wouldn't even make minimum wage in a foreign country, in a Western country. So yeah, I've got a couple of updates. Okay, so the sprint is four top four. So it's 23, number 15, and number 3 got 1 point. So number 3 is Artem Ovchkin, who's one of the favorites to win the yellow jersey. He got 4th in that sprint. So it looks like he's stretching his legs, right? He's kind of an all-around rider, very strong rider from Russia, ex-Pro Tour rider. We've got an ETK coming up. We're at 100, we're at kilometer 108. So we've got a little over 70 kilometers left in this race. Gap's being closed. Oh no. It's under 70 kilometers to go now. Gap's been closed. 16 riders in the lead group at 1 minute 20 seconds. That's the last update I got. Oh. Yes, Rohan Duploy, RJ Peralta, Nuraiman, Mohammad Zarif, and Artem Ovchkin. Top 4 for sprint number 1 of the Tour of the Peninsula, Malaysia. It's interesting, we've got one of the overall favorites who sprinted 4th. So it looks like he wanted to stretch, it looks like Artem wanted to stretch his legs. Right, this is a big breakaway group, but it's about to be shut down by the main pack. 25 seconds between the current leaders and the peloton. So 16 riders in this lead group. It was looking promising, but it is about to be shut down, unfortunately, for these 16 riders, because the peloton wants it to end in a sprint finish. Welcome to the live stream coverage of the Tour of Peninsular Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever UCI Stage 2.1 stage race is brought to you by OpenMax Holdings, the beautiful state of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, and Next Age Technology Radiocom. We are well into the middle, well into first stage of the 5 stages, going from Dungun to Kuala Terengganu, the state capital, or the city-state capital. And we've got 2 more intermediate sprints coming up, one at 141 kilometers and 150 kilometers. So in between the second and third sprint, intermediate sprints, they only got less than 9 kilometers to recover before you have to sprint again. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, for the riders who are targeting the sprint jersey. Kinnan cycling team up front right now with a Yonex bike. Now Yonex normally is known for making rackets, badminton rackets, tennis rackets, and whatnot. So in Japan, they do bicycles. I've seen Yonex bicycles riding around. So if it's good enough for a local race team, so very interesting. Yonex bicycles. Tour of Peninsula breakaway. Okay, we'll go to the chat to answer a few questions. Let's see what we've got. Shamil asks, hi Mr. Josiah, what is the ideal gear setup for a sprint type rider at a climbing stage? Well, I think that's a great question. For a sprinter on a climbing stage, if it's a hilly stage, I think they're gonna want some big gear. So if they're running Campagnolo, they'll be 1129. If they're running Shimano or SRAM, they're gonna be 1128. Or if they're in the high mountain, if it's steep climbs, yeah, usually expert riders or pro level riders can survive. Even the climbers can climb decent. So 28. For a normal recreational rider, they'll want a compact crank. So compact cranks to get up those climbs. I use a 50-34. But yeah, typically the sprinter is going to have a little bit easier gears to ride up, to get them up those climbs. Good question, Shamil. Thank you. Someone said my leg cramps just by watching them. Yeah, they're hard at work today. My legs would be cramping up by now too. They're already done well over half of it, right? So they're over 100 kilometers at in just over 2 hours. So we got another question. Why would a sprinter like Harif, where would a sprinter like Harif be sitting now? Would he be at the back or at the front? That's a good question. I think Harif right now, there's still a long way to go. It looks like he will be, according to Danny Fang from the team, he will be saving all his cookies for the end. So right now he would be middle of the pack or back of the pack. He won't be starting to make his way up until the last 20 Ks. Last 20 Ks, he'll want to start making his way up. Definitely inside the last 10 Ks, he's gonna already be in the top 20 riders. So right now he's just hanging out, saving, conserving as much energy as possible in the middle or the back of the pack. The wind condition right now is not too windy. You can tell. You can always look at the trees. You know, look at the trees. They should give you a good indication about how windy is it. The temperature, according to Danny as well, is very hot today. You know, northern Malaysia and southern Thailand. That area always is pretty hot and high humidity. Group still up front. We are now 120 kilometers into the race, 120K. With only 60 kilometers remaining before the finale, the grand sprint. Right now it's an overcast sky with a 34-degree ambient temperature. I'm guessing that a lot of the riders are fueled by nasi lemak right now, especially the Malaysian teams, the Sapura and TSG. That is the secret to their success. They are leaders of the Asian Tour because of nasi lemak. Guaranteed. Guarantee that. Nasi lemak, the staple of Malaysian breakfast. One of the healthier foods out there, I think. "18 seconds gap between the leaders and the peloton with 60 kilometers to go. Looks like they're going to be shut down very soon. Inside the next few minutes, they're going to be back to the pack. Gotta love the colorful scenery of a cycling pack. It's like a work of art, right? Beautiful. Looking at their pedaling like clockwork, smooth pedal strokes, flat backs, very aerodynamic positions. And a lot of the current peloton is using aero wheels, aero frames, aero helmets, and even aero suits. A lot of the peloton line has gone from that traditional bibs and short sleeve jerseys to a one piece, especially in the European peloton, as they found that it's much more aerodynamic and it's much more comfortable than wear a one-piece suit. So now the challenge for that, of course, is when you have to take a bathroom break, you have to pull off the suit. I know a lot of the track riders, track riders wear one-piece skin suits, but the events on the track only last few seconds to few minutes. when you're 4, 5, 6 hours in the saddle and you're wearing a suit and you have to go for number 2, it's going to be pretty tricky. Looks like the breakaway group of the day of 16 riders is about to be swallowed by the pack. And we're back. Few hundred meters, not even, a few meters, and they're about to be swallowed up. Well, they had some good TV time, good run. We'll probably see some counterattack coming up pretty soon. Another question from the live chat on our YouTube live stream coverage of Tour of Peninsula Malaysia. How do these riders recover so fast? Well, one thing that they have is they have a lot of training in their system. So they've trained up to prepared up to this moment. So their bodies are used to recovering from big efforts, back-to-back days. You know, typical pro cyclists will be training, 600,000 kilometers a week or even more. So their body's used to that kind of stress. They eat well, they sleep well, they do nothing but train. So, these are professional athletes. So, and they have time on their side. They're normally, a lot of them are in their 20s, so they can recover within a few hours, right? Overnight, 12, 14, 16 hours, and they're ready to exert their bodies again. 60 kilometers to go, and their average speed has been 46 kilometers an hour. That is moving. A lot of these guys do use some help with their recovery. They do, they eat well, they have good nutrition, good supplements, sports gels, isotonic water, sports massage at the end of every day. So after this race, they'll clean up, take a shower, and then go get their massage. Each of the 6 riders will have like a 45-minute massage. They'll eat good food, have a good dinner, hang out for a bit, probably call their families and loved ones, and sleep early, get ready for the next day. So we got another question on how do they do it? How do they go number 1 and number 2 when they have a full suit on? Do they zip it up, or just pee on themselves? I think majority of the time they'll stop at the side of the road, they'll bend over, they'll go through the bottom leg of their suit. If they really have to go and it's raining, I guess they can just pee in themselves like triathletes do, because it doesn't matter, because it'll get washed out by the rain. So it's a little bit of a climb there. Another group establishing a break. 7 riders.
114 on that. 5, 3, 53, 2, 3, 23, 1, 5, 4, 154, 1, 1, 11. On his own number 5 and 7, 3, 73, 7 litres.
7 liters right now. It's just giving us an update on who's in the breakaway. So now we've got 2 pelotons. So hopefully all the good sprinters are in the front of the 2 groups. Tour of Peninsula 2019. Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. And you are watching this live stream coverage with me, Josiah Ng. Right now we have currently 7 riders trying to make their luck today in the break. So they countered the first big group that got caught. And we probably have 50 kilometers or so to go. Got a drone shot over here, look, coming up, overlooking the pristine beaches of Terengganu. I don't know about you, but I'd rather be out there right now on that beach, soaking up some beautiful Malaysian sun with a coconut in one hand and a cookie in the other. How good would that be? Or be out on my bike, riding on those cool, smooth roads. So a little bit of update, we've got 7 leaders and their gap is at 30 seconds to the peloton. 30 seconds. Yo, what's up, Irfan? What's up, big shout out to you. Shout out to Ramlan Yahil. It's our pleasure to bring you this live streaming from the Tour of Peninsula 2019. Big shout out to our sponsors, to the people that helped make this become a reality. OpenMax Holdings, the beautiful state of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, and Next Edge Technology Radiocom. We are fortunate to have the technology, to have live streaming, complete live coverage of the races, 5 stages with a Queen stage, 2 Camera Highlands on Friday. I look forward to that. So Friday's coverage will start a little bit earlier, end a little bit earlier than every day. Every day should be starting at 10 a.m., but Fridays is starting a couple hours earlier, going to Cameron Highlands. Right at 141, asking the support. Looks like he wants a water. 141, Ayman Kayadi from PGN Road Cycling Team. Here we've got
leaders. First peloton at 40 seconds, 40. Second peloton 1 minute 20 seconds.
okay, a little bit of update from Racecom. Yeah, the clock on the right side was the estimated time of finish, but they'll finish quicker than that. I got another question from VK Poon. Said that I'm a talented and successful athlete. If I had gone down the path of becoming a road racer, would I think I would be competitive and have the endurance level required? That's a good one. I think I would have been a good continental tour rider or a Well, I was a good sprinter back in the day. I could win criteriums, and I was. I don't think I had the physicalities for a pro tour rider, but I could have been a SEA Games champion and Asian champion or whatnot. But I think that's as far as I would have gone. I couldn't climb, so even as a sprinter at this level, you need to be a good climber. You got to get over the climbs. So that's unfortunately, I mean, I just don't have that physicality for that. Omar says, Malaysia weather is so hot, how come not race start at 7 a.m.? Well, I think there's a lot more, I mean, it's traditional, where the pros, they don't start races early. It's not like triathletes or swimmers. It's always, pro races have always start mid-morning and ended in the mid-afternoon. It's more for TV coverage, because no one wants to wake up at 7 a.m. to watch a bike race, right? So I think that's pretty much why they've had that. Is an athlete born to be a sprinter, climber, or is it more conditioning? I think there's it's like a 70-30 thing where you have physicalities for being a climber or more of a sprinter, but that 30%, if some people can do it both and some people can't do either. But I think the mentality is more important. Is if you're somewhat of a climber or somewhat of a sprinter, but you really want to be, you will be more successful than someone that's already really talented, but doesn't have the desire. Right? Keep those questions coming. Or if you want to discuss about technology, you want to discuss about tactics, you want to discuss about cycling kits. It's really developed. The technology in the materials used, a lot lighter weight, dries a lot faster, a lot more comfortable, a lot more aerodynamic. Although if you want to ask me, I prefer the designs from the 80s and 90s. I think they had better designs. Today's designs, I think it's very ordinary. So we got 2 minutes, a 2-minute gap between the leaders now and the peloton. It's a nice little gap to have. But they have a lot more racing left, so it's not nearly enough. To be a threatening break, they should have 5, 6, 7 minutes. But they're working on it. 2 minutes is not bad. Looks like they're working together. All the big teams are, a lot of the big teams are well represented in the break. We've got TSG, Sapura has one. Got an Aussie team, South Africa, Pro Touch. And St. George from New South Wales. Okay, we got another question from Ramlan. What is the light lightest weight bikes the teams are using? Well, the UCI's weight limit is 6.8 kilograms, so that would be the lightest that they can use. They could use a little lighter, but then they would have to add weight to that to pass the protocol. I mean the weight, the weighing scale, right? Can I speak or tell about the background riders of the team? Because the teams are continental teams. Well, most of these teams would be from Asia. We've got 3 teams from Malaysia. We got 2 national teams, one from Azerbaijan, 1 national team from Malaysia, and the rest are all pro teams. There's 2 of the top pro teams from Asia is TSG and Sapura. We got 2 teams from Japan. Wait, I wrote that down yesterday. Let me check. So, present are 3 Malaysian teams, 1 national team, and 2 pro teams. 2 teams from Japan, 2 teams from Australia, and 2 teams from Indonesia. Hong Kong has 1 team, South Africa has 1 team, China has 1 team, Philippines has 1 team, Brunei has 1 team, Korea has 1 team, Kazakhstan has 1 team, Thailand has 1 team, Iran has 1 team, and Poland has 1 team, and then Azerbaijan is represented by their national team. So that makes up all of the 20 teams here today. So we got 40 kilometers to go, around 40 kilometers to go, which means that we should be coming up on the second intermediate sprint coming up soon. Oh, we got a counterattack from within that pack. That's interesting. Uh-oh, looks like 2 riders are in danger of being dropped. 1 Thai Continental rider. Oh, that was the sprint. That was the second intermediate sprint. But 2 riders have just been dropped because of that intermediate sprint. Got the Pro Touch rider here, rider number 23, Rohan Duploy, Pro Touch. Jay Dutton on the front here with the St. George team. Pulling off from his turn. Some beautiful scenery from our drone camera of the pristine beaches of Terengganu. For those of you that just joined us, welcome to the live stream coverage of the tour of the Peninsula, Malaysia. Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. We are approaching the end of our race. We've got approximately 40 kilometers to go with one break, a break of 7 riders. So we've got one more intermediate sprint that's left, and then the sprint finale. So the next intermediate sprint is only a couple kilometers away. On the outskirts of Kuala, Terengganu, the city capital of the state. Sprint 2 stage results. Rohan Duploy, Ayman Kadi, Mario Vogt, and Chun Huat Go for the 5-3-2-1 of the sprint's second intermediate sprint. Okay, we have another question from the Kliwan. On choosing the kit for climbing stages, Okay, do the riders consider how quick the kits dry? Since the wet kit will also add weight, do they wear base layer or something for sweat management? I think every rider is quite different. I think a majority of the riders would have a base layer, but everyone has their own personal preference. Generally speaking, they only get one kit to choose from. They don't have like several different kits they can pick from, especially at this level. Now, at the Pro Tour level, the top teams, they might have like different types of materials available to them, but generally at this level, they probably only have one kit to choose from. Thanks for the question. Here we have sprint number 3 coming right up. 1 kilometer to go to the sprint, intermediate sprint number 3. 1 kilometer to go. About 30 kilometers to go until the end of the race. We're approaching the last intermediate sprint. Got 2 Sapura riders right here. Check out the deep aero wheels. Aero helmet and deep aero wheels. This guy looks like he's the breakaway guy. TSG up front. Closing it down on Sapura. 2 rival home teams who are fighting for the overall Asia Tour season number 1 best team. Guaranteed to be a Malaysian team. TSG and Sapura are currently number 1 and number 2 with only this race and a race in Japan this week. Like Sapura is riding the latest and greatest Cervelo aero bikes. One of the most aerodynamic bikes out there. I find the seat post looks a little bit odd though. But that's just me. Yeah, I'm waiting for the time gap info. I apologize. Got 30 kilometers to finish. So ETA is 2:15. So 35 minutes to race till the finish. Sakura looking pretty good there at the front, looking pretty aero with the super deep rims and the aero helmet. And it looks like the number 15 and number 11. So we got Mario Vogt and Nuaiman Muhammad Zarif. Muhammad Nuaiman Muhammad Zarif and Mario Vogt. Mario Vogt has been, I think he should get the most aggressive rider award. He's been very aggressive since the very beginning of the stage. So it'd be good to see if he can pull off some kind of upset. Mario Vogt and Muhammad Ayman Zarif. Ayman Muhammad Zarif. Good power there, powering through as we approach the last 25 Ks of the race. It's a hot day out there. Ayman's pouring water over his body to keep it as cool as possible. Mario Vogt won that last intermediate sprint, followed by Iman and Turakit Bunratana Tanakon. Number 4 was Chun Wat Go, taking 1 point. So 5, 3, 2, 1 points towards the overall green jersey, the sprinter's jersey. Got a little bit of time for breather, or not really, because we only have 30 kilometers, or less than 30 kilometers to go. We got someone commenting on Sapura's socks. Number 15 just too high, and number 11 doesn't wear socks at all. That's a back in the day, 20 years ago, no one wore socks, and black socks was a definite no-no. And I think it was the Armstrong era that introduced the high socks. I think Armstrong was the culprit that introduced the crazy high sock. I might have his socks over the UCI limit. It looks so high. Okay, we've got 25 kilometers to go, and they have a 32-second gap. A 32-second gap, which is not much when you have 25K to go. 25K to go, you'd want to have 3-4 minutes to even have a chance at surviving. But let's cheer him on and see if they have a chance to open up that gap. But today does not look like the peloton want to let any breakaway succeed. So my guess is they'll shut it down within the next 5K. Okay, I've just been told the VIP caravan has arrived to the finish. Just on time to greet the riders and to present them with their prizes of the day. So VIP now arriving. Malaysia has a lot of VIPs. The protocol is, are we at 25 kilometers remaining? I've just been told. Yeah, so Malaysia has a lot of VIPs. We've got we really respect them and have a lot of protocol for our VIPs. We treat the VIPs very well, just like similar countries in the region. They get motorcades, they get special seats at events, at the functions. They usually get nice couches to sit on. They get special food, they get some extra snacks, they get special drinks. And the protocol, so the motorcade's coming through right now, through Kuala Terengganu finish. So the motorcade has police, motorbikes, the sirens, lights. They want everyone to know that they're VIP. So there we go. The police coming through. Good to signal that the race is going to be arriving soon, in about just over 30 minutes is my guess, till we get the finale of today's stage 1 of the Tour of Peninsula Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. Two Sapur riders hanging out, dangling in front of the main peloton. Now we've got a group ready to shut them down, working pretty hard. Legs must be getting tired right about now because they've been already racing for over 155 kilometers. So there's some tired legs right now probably. As you can see, the peloton is single file. Single file means they're going really, really fast. Whenever you get a single file peloton, it's going to be approaching 50 kilometers an hour on a flat road. Thank you for watching today, taking time out of your day to watch the live stream of the Malaysia's very first UCI 2.1 stage, Tour of Peninsula Malaysia. We're down to 20 over kilometers left in this exciting first stage. Riders are now anticipating what they're going to do in the final 10Ks. Because in the final 10Ks, it's going to be flat out as hard as they can go. So each member of the team has to do their part to get the best result for their team. TSG, Muhammad Harif Salah is the favorite to take out the stage win in front of his own crowd. He won the Tour de Langkawi, stage of the Tour de Langkawi earlier this year, so he's definitely having a great season. He just had his second baby boy, so he should be very motivated to bring home glory for his family, in front of his family at the Tour of Peninsula. My pick's him. He won't have an easy time because he has some great competition out there. Pro Touch has Clint Hendricks, who recently won stage 4 of the Tour de Limpopo 2.2. Another team is Brunei Continental team has a particularly good sprinter, strong sprinter in Chalampos Kastrantas from Greece. He won the Tour of Kosovo, points, GC, and stages 1, 2, and 3. So watch out for Charalampos Kastrantas, wearing bib number 131. Clint Hendricks is wearing bib number 24, and Muhammad Harif is wearing the prestigious number 1 for representing the TSG cycling team. Yeah, there should be live streaming. Someone asked if there's going to be live streaming on the podium. I believe there should be live streaming for the podium. Podium should be in about half an hour's time. We should be having the podium. 20 kilometers to go. 20 kilometers to go until that fast sprint finish. It's going to be a fast one. The rider's going to be hitting about mid 60 kilometers an hour in the last few Ks, or in the last K. So it's going to be very interesting seeing all the sprinters teams go up front. TSG cycling team, Pro Touch from South Africa, as well as Brunei Continental Cycling Team getting their sprinters up front in the best possible position so they can launch their sprint like missiles. My name is Josiah Ng. I am your commentator for today. Like to thank our sponsors, the teams that made this possible. Opimix Holdings, the beautiful state of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, and Next Age Technology Radiocom. Thank you so much for making this inaugural tour possible. Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. We got Sapura on the front, trying to pull off an upset. Basically a team time trial of 20 kilometers plus with Mario Vogt and Muhammad Ayman Zarif trying to hold on for their lives at the front of the peloton. They've only got a few seconds, but they're in front of a home crowd, so maybe they might have a little extra energy. And you can see just right behind them are some chasers. No doubt, Mario Vogt's super aerodynamic Cervelo aeroframe and extra aero wheels are helping him pierce through that air, trying to sustain over 45 or 50 kilometers an hour for the last 20 Ks. All the best to those two boys. Hopefully they can bring a little bit of glory to their home team. We're all rooting for them. All the Malaysians are rooting for them. But if they do get picked up by the pack, we'll be rooting for TSG and Muhammad Harif Salah to bring home glory. So, no matter what happens, we're cheering on our local Malaysians, the number 1 and number 2 top-ranked Asian UCI Asian team currently, and they will guarantee to end the UCI season, the 2019 season, as the UCI number 1 and number 2 Asian ranked teams. Both Malaysian teams were very, very honored and very happy to be represented by them. Got a lot of viewers from Terengganu. Got world viewers from worldwide, from the UK, from Australia, from the United States. When we got Wendy Superfan, I know Wendy Superfan all the way from Australia. I've met Wendy Superfan. Big shout out to her. She's a big supporter of Malaysian cycling. Big supporter of cycling. Always at all the events. Always at the track events in Tasmania and Victoria. Go Ayman, go Mario Vogt. Mario and Ayman leading now. Still managing to hang on to the front. We've got a viewer from Kota Damansara. We've got a viewer from Australia. We got viewers Indonesia. We've got 2 Australian teams here with us. We're lucky to have Aussies here. Aussies are very aggressive athletes, big fighters on the bike. I think Malaysia has has learned a little bit from the Aussie spirit, the Aussie fighting spirit. Our full track team is based year-round in Melbourne with an Aussie coach, John Beasley. Terengganu TSG team being led by Director Sportif Jeremy Hunt. He's from the UK, but he lives in Melbourne, so I'm sure that Melburnians claim him. We got 15 kilometers to go, 15K to go until that fast finish in Kuala Terengganu. It's very hot right now. Riders have been racing for a couple of hours, flat out on the first stage. We've got a few tired legs there, but I think overall it's going to be fast because it's stage 1. So everyone's pretty fresh. We're also lucky that it's not raining during this raining season, monsoon season. It's still dry, so we'll have a very fast sprint finish to offer you. Got a lot of fans cheering on TSG, go TSG team. A lot of fans of Muhammad Harif, Saleh. We've got a strong team with Fakhrudin, Mazuki, with Artem Ovchkin from Russia, 2018 Tour de Langkawi winner. We've got Muhammad Sharul Matamin, he's a very strong local rider. We've got Chunwat Go from Singapore, who's also a very strong rider. We've got Metkel, Eyob, and their leaders, Jeremy Hunt, their director sportif, the man behind the scenes, the man that's gonna help them to get some glory today, hopefully. Go, go, go. You're watching Tour of Peninsular Malaysia 2019. Malaysia's first ever UCI 2.1 stage race. And with a little over 10 kilometers to go, we're starting to see the action packed up. We've got a little bit of brake hanging on in the front with 2 Sapura riders driving it. They've been joined by an additional 3 other riders. But the peloton's not far behind, breathing down their necks. $10K to go now. We got 10 kilometers to go. Who is it gonna be? Is it gonna be Sapura hanging on, or is it gonna be TSG catching them and setting up their sprinter? Who are the other sprinters that are going to be up at play? Are we going to have Pro Touch going to be at the front with their lead train? Are we going to have the Brunei Continental team with Greek sprinter Kastrantas? Who's it going to be? I don't know about you, but being a Malaysian, I'm going to have to back Malaysian sprinter Muhammad Harif. But till then, we still have Team Sapura driving the breakaway, hanging on. When do you think when do you think they're gonna catch that breakaway group? 3K to go, 5K to go, 7K to go? Your guess is as good as mine. Someone guessed that it's going to be caught with 3 kilometers to go. And Mamat looking fresh right there. He's He's preparing himself mentally. We're inside the 10K right now. He's just sucking the wheel of his team. He's on, and then the team will be getting him to the front of the peloton, no doubt. You're watching the live stream coverage of the Tour of Peninsular Malaysia, and we have less than 10 kilometers to go. Put your heads down at the front for the 5 riders. Now we are approaching Kuala Terengganu, which is the capital of Terengganu, the city capital. Roads are wide. Oh, what does it look like? Is this the lead group? Looking a little disorganized there. Oh, they're about to be caught. And the main group is back together. Looks like coming back together soon. About 10K to go, a little under 10K to go. So everyone's trying to get organized. All the sprinters team will be trying to get their train organized, trying to find out if they're sprinters on the back of the train and get them to the front of the pack right now. The sprinters will be thinking about their approach as this front group gets shut down by the main peloton. So it's coming back together, but no doubt we'll see guys trying to take a crack at doing a last minute breakaway. So everyone's trying to get organized. The trains, TSG is going to try to get organized, get Muhammad Harif in the best possible position, approaching the last few Ks of the race going into Kuala Terengganu. Muhammad Harif, he knows this. He knows every single nook and cranny of turn and road. This is his turf. My money's on Mamat. Trying to get an update of where they're at. Probably about 8 kilometer mark. That's my guess. I'm doing the calculations. I'm trying to find out from Racecom. We've got another few guys trying to survive out there. Looks like Azerbaijan, Malaysian national team. That's two national team riders. And number 43 from Vino Astana Motors, Igor Chizan, that's it, Chizan. Igor Chizan, number 43, Vino Astana. Trying to last minute escape within the last 10 Ks. It looks like they have a little bit of a gap. Look at the beautiful, pristine beaches in Kuala Terengganu. Makes me want to go take a flight out there right now. Wide roads too, great for cycling. No wonder Terengganu produces so many great cyclists out of Malaysia. Trying to find out the last, where are we at? How many kilometers we have to go? Okay, they're about to be shut down. Packs coming together again. And we have 4 kilometers to go. We have 4 kilometers to go. The pace is being ramped up. Kilometers to go. That should be done in under 5 minutes. So we got 5 minutes of racing left for the Tour of Peninsula 2019. Who's it gonna be? Which team is the first winner gonna come from? TSG Cycling Team, Sapura? Is it gonna be Pro Touch? Is it gonna be Vino Astana Motors? Is it going to be the Brunei Continental team with their Greek sprinter Kastrantas? I don't know about you, but I think Mohammed Harif Saleh, Mohammed Harif is in a good position right now. His team's got to get him to the front. He's got to be at the front 15 guys right now if he if he wants to have any chance of taking the stage win. So we've probably got 2 kilometers to go. His break looks a little bit dangerous right about now. We've got a Malaysian team rider in that, so if they hung on, hopefully we can have, that's number 196. Number 196 is Daniel Heikel, Eddie Suhaidi, Muhammad Daniel Heikel. We are in Kuala Terengganu right now, the last few Ks of the race. It's a flat, fast finish. We've got 4 guys here trying to break away. We've got number 12 here, Christian Rayanu, who's the champion of Moldova, trying to break away with a Malaysian national rider. Daniel Haikal. Will they hang on for the win and upset the sprinter teams? That's the question. Okay, going through these impressive bridge of Kuala Terengganu right now. So we should be approaching the red kite. 1 kilometer to go soon. Oh, I've got some conflicting reports. Someone said 3 km to go. So someone said 3 kilometers to go. That's a beautiful bridge right there. Kuala Terengganu looks like the bridge. Very nice. Terengganu Bridge. So you're watching now live stream coverage of the Tour of Peninsular Malaysia, Malaysia's first ever 2.1 stage race, and we are in the final 2 kilometers of the first stage. We've got a breakaway of 4 riders, and we're hanging on. They're hanging on for dear life. 2 kilometers to go right now. These 4 riders at the front. Don't look back. Keep going, boys. See if you can hang on. There's a couple twisty turns they're navigating in the final 2 kilometers. Can they hang on? What do you think? You think they'll be able to pull off the upset, or do you think the sprint team, the main peloton, will swallow them right up? What do you think? Who are you backing for? We've got Malaysian riders. We got a Malaysian national team rider. We've got a Moldovan representing a Malaysian team, Sapura. Who's it going to be? We got number 43 in front right now, Igor Chazan, representing Vino Motors. We've got number 43. What do you think? Okay, these 4 boys right now, they're approaching the last kilometer. Go, go, go. They're all very tired, but they've got a chance to shine in their glory. Number 12 just pulled off, Christian Rayanu. 2018 Tour of Cartier winner. He's also a great climber, so he's in that break. And they're starting to sprint. We're coming. 400 meters to go. Looks like they're going to be holding off. Who's it going to be? Malaysian rider in the back. He's hanging on the back, and then he's got to go 100 meters to go. And we got an Azerbaijan rider going. He's taking off the back. Malaysian rider's on the second. He takes the win. Tour of the Peninsula, Malaysia, Stage 1 winner. He's a northern. Now it's the pack is coming through. All right. So we're completely done. The pack has come through. We've got the top 3 winners. I believe we've got the Malaysian national rider. I believe he came in second. Terengganu, Kuala Terengganu right now on a sunny day. What an exciting finish that was. 180.6 kilometers of flat out racing with 115 riders coming here to race from all over Asia, South Africa, Poland, Australia, to weather the storm in beautiful Kuala Terengganu, Malaysia. So I'm Josiah Ng. I'm your commentator for the next few days. Next stage, let's see. What do we have for next stage? Stage 2 tomorrow, Wednesday, October 16. The stage will start in Kuala Terengganu, and will be headed to Chukai. The stage is 157.4 kilometers, so not quite as far as today. Tomorrow's stage, So the stage starts with a sprint, intermediate sprint, right away, 7 kilometers after the start. Then there's an intermediate sprint at the 83 kilometer mark at Kuala Dungun. The third intermediate sprint is at kilometer 103.8 at Paka. And then there's a Cat 4 climb, KOM, at 143 kilometers. So that's 13 kilometers before the finish will be that final Cat 4 climb. Definitely looking forward to that. 157 kilometer stage tomorrow, Kuala Terengganu to Chukai. Thank you very much for taking time out of your day to join us here at the very first tour of the Peninsula, Malaysia. We appreciate your time. We appreciate everyone coming to cheer all the riders on. I want to thank the sponsors, OpenMax Holding, the beautiful state of Terengganu, Tourism Malaysia, Tall House Hotels and Resorts, Pro Apparel, and Next Edge Technology Radiocom. got Christian Rayanu from Team Sapura right there waiting to get his prizes. Great job today. Trying to cool his body down. He's in the hot and humid weather of Malaysia. Comes from a pretty cold country, Moldova. They've some very strong winters up there. He's one of the favorites for the overall GC win, I would say. So it's a good start to his campaign here in Kuala Terengganu. Did a good job, good ride today. Team Azerbaijan getting the win today. Prize winner.
Поэтому и кричал, что ты есть генерал. А я понял, что адреналин, что не самый хуярик, завтра будет пизда, нам будет поздно. Я думаю, мы догоним оттуда, ты сам, знаешь, вас против кольца, я посмотрел назад, потом внутри Марию летит, я не знаю, и так,
Shopping lah guys, daripada Kuala kita ada 2 booth. Satu sana, satu sana. Keluarkan duit anda, belajar. Spend. Setiap kali di mana saja tempat kita nak plug off dan juga finishing, kita ada booth lokal yang menjual cendera hati, menjual baju, mereka.
First 100 kilo very not tired, little bit, very hot. But after 100 kilo, my focus good. I make ride more in front, also with team. I make control race and last 10 kilo make attack and resting only for rider.
Alright, good job. Congratulations. Itu dia penumpu daripada Sapura. Okey, hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian, sila berikan tepukan kepada pasukan polis di Raja Malaysia. Terima kasih kita ucapkan memberi kerjasama yang tidak berbelah bagi, menjaga keselamatan. Okey abang.
Hujan dia macam tu, panas pun dia macam ni. Terima kasih. Polis Raja Malaysia. Terbaik. Good job guys, good job. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Grup wagon.
Terima kasih.
Semua grup wagon.
Abang-abang.
Yes, kita tak habis.
Terima kasih banyak macam.
Bisa kita buat laluan lintas lagi tak cepat.
Crosswind lagi. Crosswind.
Apparently to make the crosswind is very hard. Very strong crosswind. That's what the riders are saying just now. Banyak kali lintas.
Dan kita masih menggunakan pesan rasmi itu.
So how was the race? Is it a good race? Very hard? How was it for you?
Very good race. I'm not first time here, Malaysia. Before Terengganu. Yes, but I love you, Malaysia, because this good country, people very nice. Thank you very much for all. Very good race. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much to you. And I like that you like my country. Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And yes, yes. Oh, dia suka lah. Dia kata dia datang datang Malaysia. Dia cakap dia suka Terengganu. Dia antara yang akan menaiki pentas sebentar lagi. Pelumba daripada Azerbaijan. Kita ada pelumba daripada Malaysia. Ini semua keputusan tidak rasmi lagi. Tidak rasmi. Jadi mereka belum keputusan itu belum di-sign. Mereka punya chief judge, komisar. Masih belum ada keputusan rasmi. Inilah orang-orang atau pelumba-pelumba yang telah berkumpul di dalam kemah sementara. Sebelum mereka naik ke pentas, kita ada seorang, kita bagi hint dah, hint. Kita ada seorang pelumba Malaysia, kita ada seorang pelumba Sakura, kita ada seorang pelumba Azerbaijan. Tapi ada kalah satu. Saya bukan bukti, saya bukan bukti. Saya bukti pun bukan bukti saja.
Malang itu lalu malang. Ah ya. Ya, last kali itu yang nak topik di dalam pesawat tu bagi publicity.
Itu dia, seorang pelumba-pelumba daripada Azerbaijan. Walaupun saya tak sempat nak memperkenalkan sesi kemenangan pelumba, datang terus.
Tadi masih berjalan untuk carikan jabatan. Jelas, jabatan itu pada pergi itu ada waktu.
Tengok hari ni orang memang banyak. Semua tengah baik. Semua bukan semua dah polisi. Ya, banyak musuh. Sebab tak boleh. Akhirnya когда ты
Diorang pun sebenarnya tak tersangka, dia unsangka mereka tahu
Semua ada itu dari Azerbaijan, tapi dia berlipat jenis 2 hari menunggu dia dalam proses.
tapi rasanya bila benar maknanya kita nak buka ruang pada pasukan-pasukan lain untuk datang sama-sama join give a good fight to all these teams who are participating for this series of Tour of Peninsular. This is a 2.1 race. Maknanya dia balik dunia. Poin-poin yang diberikan dalam percubaan ini di hujung kalender pasukan Malaysia.
Dan saya juga harapkan, ini kita tak dapat kesalahan sendiri lagi, tetapi rider yang menang tadi, yang bagian tadi, mungkin dia adalah tukang kapal beberapa isi. Kita tunggu. Bukan satu.
Kita lagi nak kali item.
Boleh gila.
Okey. Keputusan rasminya pun berada di tangan saya. Adakah kita telah bersedia? Thumbs up.
Dan kita akan ke upacara penyampaian hadiah.
Ladies and
Proses
gentlemen.
dahulu kita ke acara penyampaian hadiah stage winner. Orang peringkat pertama ini. Jadi kita jemput pengarah Optimax Holding Encik Ahmad Rosli Yaakob untuk mengiringi pegawai daerah Kuala Terengganu Encik Zulkifli bin Ali untuk menyampaikan hadiah kepada pemenang peringkat 1 Dungun ke Kuala Terengganu.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we are going to have our prize giving presentation for the first stage tour of Peninsular 2019. And for that, we welcome our VIPs on stage to give away for the stage 1 from Dungun to Kuala Terengganu. Kita mulakan dengan tempat ketiga. Dipersilakan pelumba daripada pasukan Malaysia, Muhammad Dania Haika. Dania. Menyampaikan jersey-jersey yang dipertaruhkan, jersey putih, jersey biru, merah dan juga jersey kuning. Dan kita mulakan dengan jersey putih. Silakan Nazam.
Jersey putih ini yang akan mendapatkan hadiah ialah Datuk Haji Abu Samah bin Haji Abdul Wahab, Presiden PKBM. Jadi kita menjemput untuk Datuk Haji Abu Samah naik ke pentas bersama-sama dengan VIP kita di atas untuk menyampaikan hadiah bagi jersey putih.
Alright, dipersilakan asyar-asyar kita dan mengiringi yang bagi Datuk Abu Samah, Presiden PKBM kita untuk menyampaikan jersey putih Best Asian Rider. Are we ready?
Jersey putih telah diserahkan oleh Cik Rosli kepada Datuk Haji Abu Samah.
Okey, kita persilakan pelumba daripada Azerbaijan, Elchin Asadov.
Sekali lagi, Elchin Asadov mengungguli jersey putih.
Congratulations, Elchin Asadov. You are the bearer of the white jersey Best Asian Rider as of the first stage to Peninsular 2019. I'm sure your teammates are also proud of you and many more winnings to come. Yes. Saya kata ni aku punya, pakai gigi je lah. Yes. The white jersey looks good on you. Very nice. Yes, very nice. You like? You like the white jersey? Yes, I like. Yes, I like. Congratulations to Elchin Asadov from Azerbaijan. Menerima plug dan juga pelapor menyarung jersey putihnya. Okey. Happy day. Yeah. Tahniah diucapkan kepada pelumba daripada Azerbaijan ini, Elchin Asadov. Okey. Dan seterusnya kita ke sprint competition points ataupun jersey biru.
Dan bagi jersey biru ini kita mempersilakan Yang Mulia Tengku Sriwijaya Raja Pengarah Tanah dan Galian Terengganu untuk naik ke pentas dan menyarungkan jersey biru, iaitu jersey sprint. Dipersilakan.
Hari ini ada 3 sprint point yang berlaku, iaitu di Rusila, Kelulun dan Kuala. Dan baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, kita persilakan untuk jersey biru pelumba daripada Pro Touch Rohan Dupoy.
Manakah Rohan sebenarnya?
Makan nasi dagang ni. Lapar dah. Lapar.
Baiklah. Seterusnya kita akan fast forward dulu. Kita terus saja kepada jersey merah, the red jersey. Okay, for the red jersey.
Red jersey King of Mountain. Kita akan mempersilakan Encik Ahmad Rosli Yaakob, pengarah OPMAX Holdings, untuk menarungkan jersey merah kepada pemenangnya.
Ada hanya satu aja pendakian pada hari ini dan tak tertinggi, namun jersey ini dipertaruhkan. Kita persilakan pelumba daripada Indonesia ini, Aiman Cahyani. Tanya Aiman Cahyani daripada PGN Cycling Team berkembangan di Indonesia. Memang nampaknya Tour of Peninsular akan menjadi satu platform di mana ramai pelumba-pelumba terbaik Asia akan bersaing untuk mengungut points-points sebanyak mungkin untuk dasar kategori UCI. Congratulations, Aiman Cahyani from PGN. Tanya ya.
Satu lagi koleksi piala untuk kesenangan anda, Aiman.
Alright, tibalah masanya untuk kita tanya ya. Ini senyum simpul dia. Tibalah masanya untuk kita memperkenalkan siapakah yang akan memegang jersey kuning setakat peringkat pertama untuk Top 2019 ini. Untuk itu, Nazam, sila jemput tetamu kita untuk naik ke pentas.
Dan kita jemput Puan Azrina Ibrahim untuk naik ke pentas dan menyarungkan jersey kuning, iaitu jersey pemenang keseluruhan General Classification.
Okey, baiklah. Kita minta tamu hormat telah pun bersedia. Jersey kuning pun ada. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, we storm the weather, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome this rider once again, none other than Elchin Arsanov from Azerbaijan. Dah 3 kali dah naik dah.
Ya, inilah kelazimannya. Kalau stage yang pertama, kalau dia di depan, mengutip mata,
Maknanya besok pelumba lain akan menyarung jersey putih ini sebab dia akan menyarung jersey kuning. Wow, you are as for now leader of the race for stage 2. Not bad, not bad. Well, yes. Action pula.
no jet lag, no nothing,
Yes, very
just
good.
winning the stage.
More win tomorrow, yeah? More win tomorrow. Yes, we come last, but we come first. Huyo, dahsyat. Yes, many more win. InsyaAllah, insyaAllah. Okay, congratulations once again and again sebenarnya. Elchin Arsanov from
minuman paling manis.
Okey.
Okey, terima kasih. Thank you for the winners.
Thank you for the
Dan
riders.
untuk VIP kita terus lintas pentas kerana kami akan terus
Menyampaikan
dengan,
sedikit cenderahati kepada tetamu-tetamu kehormat kita.
Dan cenderamata ini adalah dari Tour of Peninsular yang akan disampaikan oleh Encik Ahmad Rosli Yaakob, pengarah Optimax Holding. Disampaikan kepada Yang Mulia Tengku Sriwijaya Raja, pengarah Tanah dan Galian Terengganu. Dan seterusnya Encik Rosli juga menyampaikan kepada Pegawai Daerah Kuala Terengganu Encik Zulkifli bin Ali cenderamata dari Tour of Peninsular sebagai tanda penghargaan.
Terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada tetamu-tetamu kehormat, kepada Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu khususnya. Pada masa yang sama kita menjemput we inviting the riders to have the PC, the press conference at the tent next to the holding tent.
Kepada petugas media, kita ada sidang media ya, di kemah di hujung sekali. Dan kepada VIP kita, Datuk Abu Sama, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Juga kepada Encik Zulkifli dan juga kepada Yang Mulia Tengku Sriwijaya Raja, terima kasih. Dan perlumbaan kita setakat ini saja pada hari ini. Bagi peringkat pertama Dungun ke Kuala Terengganu, kita akan bertemu lagi esok, yang mana perlumbaan akan dimulakan di sini juga dari Kuala Terengganu menuju ke Cukai.
Pada Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu, pada Optimax, pada Townhouse, pada Nice Edge, kerana bersama-sama kita sudi bermurah hati menjadi penaja, dapat penaja berlaku.
Benar, kata penaja. Siapa?
Saya kata tingkatkan mutu sukan berbasikal negara. Majukanlah sukan berbasikal.
Salam dari kami, dari Tour of Peninsular.
Baiklah, bagi tetamu-tetamu kehormat, kami menjemput tetamu-tetamu kehormat untuk sedikit jamuan di sebelah belakang sana. Ada jamuan ringan yang telah kami sediakan. Persilakan. Pada